Hey, welcome everybody. Happy Saturday. We are doing it yet again. We are on the live stream creating art for the Moving Meditations 3D challenge. This is stream number 2 today. We got 2 more streams after this. We are officially halfway through the challenge, and it isn't too late to start creating some art. You can create something in a week if you want. You can create something in a day. So if you guys want to participate in the internet's largest 3D challenge, then it is certainly not too late. There's a link in the description to download the files, join the Discord, and get started. You also might notice, for those of you who are working on your art, for those of you who are somehow done with your art already, I like to use as much time as I possibly can, but there is a submission link. It's in the description. You're gonna go through it, make sure you are submitting your final piece. You can only submit one time, only once. So don't mess it up. Make sure that you work on your art for as long as you need to. It's not too, you don't have to submit immediately, all right? But y'all, thank you for joining us today. It's gonna be a good time. I'm gonna be continuing my art in Unreal Engine. I'm gonna show you kind of where we left off last week and what I did throughout the week, working on the character stuff. The character stuff is the hardest part of this for me personally. But we're gonna continue working on the environment and really refining the environment and getting it to a point where we feel is really nice. So that's what we're doing on today's live stream. Now we got a couple announcements, and I'm gonna kick it off with our very, very, very special sponsor first and foremost. So I'll see y'all in about a minute and a half, and then I got some more exciting news for y'all before we hop into the art. So stick around. See you soon. Something huge happened on my channel a couple weeks ago. I crossed a threshold that I could only dream of when I started my channel back in 2006. I am proud to announce that we have finally made it to the big time, because Raid Shadow Legends is finally the sponsor of a pwnisher video. And if you have never heard of Raid Shadow Legends, then let me pull you out from under that rock and fill you in. Raid Shadow Legends is a free-to-play, turn-based fantasy game available on Android, iOS, and PC. The game is packed with tons of challenging bosses to fight and literally hundreds of epic heroes to play as, including my favorite hero, Saito, who is literally my good buddy D from Node. Seriously, they scanned his face, mocapped his sweet, sweet moves, and transformed my good friend D into a sick, beefy, undead samurai person. And this month, Raid has a non-stop schedule of special events and activities, including Forge Pass Season 3, with a bunch of cool things to offer, including this limited edition artifact set. Also, Raid is cranking out the skins for a bunch of champions, including Madame Saris herself. And I swear I do not want to hear a single complaint after this, because Death Knight is finally getting the legendary champion upgrade he deserves. So go play as my good buddy D by clicking that link in the description below. And once you're in game, you'll receive 30 buckaroos worth of unique bonuses. We're talking a free epic champion, Vergis, 200k silver, an energy refill, 1 XP boost, and an ancient shard. So get on it, and happy hunting, y'all. We made it, y'all. We made it. Made it to the big time. Got that Raid Shadow Legends sponsor. I feel good about it, you know, I feel good. So a couple more things that I want to fill y'all in on. As you know, Wacom is one of our sponsors for the Moving Meditations 3D challenge. I mean, I'm using their tablets all the time. You guys know, that's what this is. Y'all like, do you have some carpal tunnel situation? No, this is just so my hand can glide across this tablet smoothly. That's what this little glove is. Technically called a hand or pants is what this thing is called. Very strange. But Wacom has, they got a sale going on right now from the 7th to the 22nd. There's a link in the description if you want to go, and it's on the Intuos tablets specifically. They're chopping off some dollars for y'all. If you were thinking of picking one up, now would be the time. Also, I mentioned these kit bash codes, y'all, and they get sweeter and sweeter every time. So the first 50 people, this code is live for the first 50 people. And I believe the code is gethyped40. Gethyped40. Soto's gonna pin it up in the live feed right here. If you go to kitbash3d.com, there's a link in the description. You can go there, pull whatever you want. You get 40% off anything at checkout. All right. First 50 people to use that code, and then it's gone. It's gone forever. And Kitbash, as you know, is one of the sponsors of the Moving Meditations 3D Challenge, and they have awarded the top 100 artists along with the top 5. But everyone in the top 100 montage gets a Kitbash kit of their choice, which is absurd. It's the first time we've ever had a top 100 prize, so thank you to Kitbash. Anything else? Oh, finally, before we hop into the art, every Monday on the Discord server, we have these town hall meetings, I like to call them. And basically, we get together, and for about an hour in the morning, we look at your art. We have you come up onto the stage and talk about your art, and we ask you questions like how you got your idea, what roadblocks you're running into, and we just have a group conversation, super chill. And that's every single Monday, so that'll be this upcoming Monday on the Discord server. Link in the description. But y'all, I think that is it. We have officially gotten all the announcements out of the way. It's good to see everyone here in the chat. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for joining us. And it's time to hop in to the art, shall we? So let me show you where we left off last week, first and foremost. All right, so we're here in Unreal Engine, right? And let me open up my sequencer. Let's open up this appropriate sequence and hop in here. This is our scene, right? We created this last week live on the stream. It's like a little warehouse situation, and we have this like VR screen display set up here in the middle of this warehouse. And we're gonna go into detail on this and just keep fleshing this out today on the stream. That's what most of our time will be spent, is continuing the environment. But you're like, Clint, well, what the heck have you done in the meantime? And I've been working on characters. So I realized that Daz Studio is free. I had no idea. And character art and characters in general, when it comes to 3D art, is my biggest weakness. I find it not fun because it's just troubleshooting 24/7. It's quite a hassle for me, to be honest with you, and it is the hardest part. It's going to be the hardest part of this challenge for me. I think it's going to be a hard part for you as well. But I was figuring out character. This week I spent on the character, as you can see. So I got this old man here. He's going to have a VR headset on with like wires coming from it. Maybe some gauntlets of some sort. Maybe some like little, not probes is the wrong word, but like, you know, those little like medical things that you put on and they have wires coming off. Yeah, he'll have a bunch of those. And this is free, right? So I built this character out. You can, you know, select different parts of the character and give them different facial features and do all these different sliders, and it's actually pretty cool, right? So there's a lot you can do with this program. Pretty sweet. And the pants, you know, like it comes with a bunch of different pieces of clothing too that you can pop on, and you take that, and do not judge, okay? Do not judge, because I was running a test. You bring that into C4D, okay? And you simulate some pants. I'm not going to go any further than that. I don't want this this video to get flagged and pulled down. So I got the character essentially hooked up to the mocap data in C4D and was able to successfully bind the body to the mocap data, right? And I used this little bind option, which is grayed out at the moment because it's already bound. It's probably because I don't have geometry selected, right? And I went through some custom settings. It was specifically setting the mode to volumetric and checking the use bone glow and ignore inner polygons box that really made it work, that it had it bind correctly. And there's this bone right here, this like root bone, this one here, and it was grabbing this, and it was making the growing all weird, and the weights were all off, and yeah, I just had to select everything except that bone, and then it worked perfectly. And then I cranked these arms up here just so I can get them out of the way so they weren't interfering with this cloth sim. That has been I wouldn't call it a failure, but I still have work to do on this cloth sim. It's gonna be tricky. So that's the character side of things. That's what I was working on this week. And I will pause the character stuff for now because I'm not going to submit y'all to 4 hours of just troubleshooting and me watching tutorials. So we're going to be in Unreal Engine building out our environment, continuing to build out this atmosphere. And as usual, you guys know that I put out these art breakdowns that are about 20 minutes-ish long, right? And I'm going to include all the character stuff in that art breakdown. I'm also on the Discord server too. We kind of talk about this stuff in those Town Hall Monday little group chats. We can go over some character stuff as well and figure out what y'all are having trouble with. But that's where I've been over the week. It's been difficult trying to run this challenge, trying to run the channel, and work on this art at the same time. I feel like I only got 2 days on this art throughout the week. But hey, I know y'all have full-time jobs as well. Maybe some of you are in school. I think school's out. It's probably going to be going back in pretty soon. So I got no excuses. Where do we begin? Oh my goodness. So we have this environment, and there's a lot of details that need to be done. Like, we built out these tube lights. We can probably attach them to the ceiling. We built out this like truss. I think that's the right word. And we're going to, I'm gonna probably throw some monitors. Like each one of these little squares is a monitor. So I want to build out some sort of like mount system, so that all these monitors can be mounted properly. But I want to work from as large to as little as possible. So I think the next like biggest thing that this needs, maybe a little bit more roof detail. I know we spent some time on the roof. I like where the lighting is at right now. I'll probably have another version of the lighting as we continue to build out our scene, but I'm not going to spend too much more time on the lighting itself. I'm just thinking out loud at this point. I'm probably going to stretch out these columns a little bit more. Maybe we could make the roof a bit taller, perhaps. And I'll pull up my PureRef document, which has all my references, and I can actually look at all these references here to figure out how tall this roof should be, you know? And maybe it's as tall as it needs to be. Maybe we can run these lights down the length of this warehouse as opposed to left to right. We can go front to back with the lights. An example of front to back with the lights. We can probably put some piping. I think that's probably what I'll do, is I'll add some piping on the stream today. I don't know how much we'll get into decals and grunge, but that's gonna be a thing still. Little Ian Hubert reference here. Lots of good detail. Like, the roof is really what makes this. Or the ceiling, rather, is really what makes this. So good. So good. Oh, air conditioning. Air conditioning. That's a big one. Yeah, more roof detail, pipes and stuff. This is a pretty good example. Very dark. I wanna, like this, I feel like this is what my scene feels like. This is from Mission Impossible. It'd be interesting to see what this kind of look would look like. We have this natural light coming in from, it looks like the roof here. But who knows? It's tough to tell, but it looks like natural light. Of course, we have the windows in the background and everything that really bring up this warehouse. And yeah, this was my reference for the inside, right? What this like array would look like of TVs. I want it to kind of feel like this. This is from Ashthorpe, incredible artist, one of the best. here is the like mounting setup I want to build out. And we can build that out really quick in C4D. Just a bunch of basic cubes and whatnot. I'm sure we can source that somewhere, but I might just build it out real quick. We'll see if I have time. You know, we're halfway through this challenge. I wanted to also build out an environment like this that the character transports to via a VR setup, to have all those monitors flicker and turn into this kind of environment. This was made with Midjourney. Great way, really great way to come up with a bunch of ideas quickly. This is Midjourney as well. All right, so I'm gonna put this over to the side and be referencing this throughout the video. I'll pull it up as needed, but where do we start? Where do we start? I know I said that we weren't gonna really touch more on the lighting, but I wonder if we were to rotate all of these. Is there a way in Unreal Engine where I can like select all of these and have them rotate at their own pivot point, or does it have to be like this? I guess I could just take all of these guys and rotate them just to see what this looks like. Ah, but then it's rotating from there. Shoot. Ah, there we go. It's kind of better. That way you can see the light. There's leading lines. Kind of cool. But they need to be mounted to the ceiling somehow. They're not just floating here. So we can work on that as well. All right. Pipoxo says you can rotate the pivot of the mesh with modeling tools and they will all rotate. Sweet. Very good to know. Right, and then we have like these, let's see, lighting wise, we have interior lights, fluorescent bulbs, okay. It's such a cool look. I love that. Okay, I think we need like, if I were to look at this reference here, if you select the image and hit spacebar, again, this is PureRef, it's a free program, it helps build reference for your projects. You can select a photo, hit spacebar, and it'll full screen. There's like a bunch of different equipment. Well, really, it's just this one right here. This little like desk setup with some monitors really helps sell the fact that this is like an operation. And even back here, there's like a little setup, which is nice. And it would feel, I think it would be justified to have like a computer cart or just some equipment carts maybe around, cables running along the floor, coming from this main area. All these cables are like coming up to this main point, and they would be drawing the eye and leading the eye to this main area. Just like you can see these lines on the ground here. I like these lights turned this way because it's all pointing. Everything is pointing to the center, to this character, and we can have all those cables running in towards this thing. And I think it would be cool to just kind of build out this array setup from the inside out, meaning we start with the TV mounts and we go from there. So bunch of different ways we can source that. We can make it in C4D. We could buy one off of like CG Trader or something. We could photo scan something. But I think what we'll do first is make sure that the shape of these panels is what we're going for. So do we want it to be square? Or do we want it to be rectangular? And I feel like square totally works. I don't think there's a reason to change it. It's already here as well. So knowing that, I think we can go into C4D and use, let's see, our reference here and build out a system that we can copy and paste across all of these things, yeah. All right, so I took a photo of a reference from a store the other day for this exact same thing too. So let me see if I can pull that up really quick. Yeah, here we go. So this is kind of difficult to tell, but like this is the bottom of the TV. I'm looking up at this, and I just love this mayhem behind here. There's a bunch of cables and extra little boxes and everything attached to this. This is great. I love this setup, and I want to build out like the back of this monitor as well. So it doesn't need to be super detailed, but there needs to just be some basic blocks back here and some parts that can really just show off that there's a bunch of stuff back here. So let me grab this reference and pop it into pure ref really quick. Man, this is why a 3-monitor setup is crucial. I got the stream stuff on this side, I got the reference and the files on this side, and of course you're seeing my main display here. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Control N, we'll start a new file, and let's just make a cube and flatten it. And this will be like the back of our TV setup. That works. Very nice. Let's give it some fillet. Just to catch the light a touch. In fact, I'll do it with a bevel modifier. I'm gonna hit C to make that editable. And let's pull up our reference here. Okay. Accordion setup like this, or slider setup like this. I think from the side, maybe the accordion could be nice. Okay. So I'll hold Control and drag this back. And you know what, to keep my UV's all correct, I'm just gonna make another cube and scale this down. Something like that. It'll all be mounted from this point. This will be the monitor itself. Okay. Very basic block out here of this setup. Let's do... Let's do another cube. And this will be mounted. So imagine this as the TV itself, right? This is the screen. Let me get rid of this grid as well. There we go. All right. All right, yeah, let's open it up a little bit. And let's go ahead and grab another cube. Hit T for scale. W for move, and I'm just gonna scrunch this down so it's just like a longer piece. Let me actually undo that. To make sure my proportions are correct, I'll scale it out this way, then just scale it down. And we're gonna throw this into a symmetry object or modifier or something like, I don't know the exact word for it, but symmetry, that's what we want for sure. When we move it out, we want it to be symmetrical. Why is it not working? We have to make it editable. Shouldn't have to. So, oh, I know why. Okay, yeah, I have to move the midpoint or the axis itself to 0. Set this to world, and we should 0 this out and run it again. Symmetry, there we go, there it works. Okay, so from here, let us not adjust the axis. L is going to be the toggle between adjusting the axis and adjusting the object itself. Awesome. All right. We can open this up a little bit more. And hold control. Let's see. Grab that object. Grab the entire object. Control drag it out. Rotate it the other way. This will move down. We'll group these so that it's cloning both. Boom. All right. Quick and dirty. Thoro, what's up? Hey, man. Thank you for the super chat. You are curious, just like the rest of us. How did Corridor get hacked? I have no idea. Who knows how they got hacked? But they got hacked, and I think they got their stuff fixed. So that is great news. Yeah, I don't know how they got hacked. Who knows? maybe they know, maybe they don't know. But I'm glad they got their stuff figured out. For those of you who don't know, Corridor was hacked over the last couple days, and basically someone took control of their channel and posted a video, some like crypto something video, and they flagged it. People flagged it so much that the channel got shut down, and they just had to, you know, back and forth with YouTube, and they got their stuff figured out. So that is good. Very good. Thora, I wish I knew, because I want to protect myself as well. Don't want to get hacked. It's no good. Okay, let's grab a cylinder, T for scale. And get rid of the height segments. We don't need them. We can crank the height just a touch. Very basic. Very basic. We'll throw that into the null object as well, and that'll clone it to the other side. All right, and then we're gonna bring all of this stuff up. Boom. All right, so we're starting to get there. We're starting to get there, but I noticed that we got to duplicate. We got to duplicate these bottom guys based off of the reference. Up. Cylinder grows taller. Just like that. All right. It's gonna be so far away, like I don't think there's any point to do insane levels of detail. Like we'll bevel our edges for sure, but like beyond that, it's pretty, you know, we're gonna be dollying in like this and you're not really gonna see too much. I think maybe one thing I will do is, man, I could totally set up like a rig for this. That'd be pretty sweet. Thoro, yet again. What's up, brother? Thank you for the super chat. You heard word on the street. Oh, now it's he said, she said. Let's see. Heard it was a Bitcoin scam. We got to stop the NFT nonsense. Your fam produced one. We live in a society, for God's sake. Interesting. So yeah, I mean, NFTs have a bad name. A lot of shady people out there doing it. There's also good people out there doing it. Heck, I've done 2 of them. Technically 3. Technically, I've done 3. It's unfortunate that this is the case and that it has such a bad name. There's a lot of people are just like, oh, I can make money. Oh, I can take advantage of people, and I don't have a soul, and I can like steal X, Y, and Z. My morals are just down the tubes. Unfortunately, that's a thing. Yeah, that's a thing. It has a really bad name right now. And I think that there's just a lot of baggage that comes with it, unfortunately. So who knows? Who knows where it'll go, but right now it doesn't have the best rap for it. So yeah. I don't know, that's about all there is to say about that. All right, moving on. I want to open these up a little bit more. So let's go ahead and grab, let us grab this guy. Boom. Move it back a touch. Yeah, like right in there. And I'll just open these out from, let's see. grab both of those. Something like that, yep. And the same here. Just open it up a little bit more. Cool, that works. That works for me. And we'll bring the cylinders in. Thorough, my goodness. My goodness, thank you, sir. Very much. Very kind of you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's unfortunate, you know. 'Tis unfortunate, people taking advantage. But I also know good people out there doing it too, so it's a tough one. It's a very tough one. The darkness overshadows the light at this point. Maybe one day it could be a brighter future. But we can only hope. There's probably other things we can do too, but thank you again, though. Thorough, it's very, very kind of you. And yet another one. Goodness. Heck yeah, man. I'm glad. I'm glad that you're getting paid for the things you're learning. For doing art. That's great. That's very good news. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Thorough. Heck yeah. All right. What else? This is like main detail stuff. Let's make some adjustments. I will grab these two and bevel them. What is it? It's been a minute. MW is not the right. MS is the right one. Okay. Let's give subdivisions 3. Yeah, that works for me. And we'll do the same up here. Yep. And here. We're beveling these edges. Really beveling these edges. Bam. Alright, that looks good. And then we can take each one of these and throw a bevel modifier on it. And bring it down to like 0.2. And goodness, does that look janky? Probably because there's some like strange geometry inside. No? But you know what? I don't think it's that big of a deal. So I'm going to go ahead and grab all these. Shift Alt, I think will place the bevel individually into all of them. And we can take that down to like 0.2. And that'll at least bounce a little bit of light off of that edge because they're beveled, which is what we want. The cylinder, same deal. We hadn't made it editable yet, but we can, because of that, we can just check fillet caps, just of 1. 0.2, 0.25 perhaps. That is good for me. We're gonna catch that edge bevel. We got more super chats. My goodness, it is popping off today. Thank you all. Arnold, what's up? How do you keyframe an emissive material? Like in the Billie Jean Michael Jackson video when the floor lights go up. Boy, there's a lot of ways. But I would say that it's the same way you'd keyframe anything else. I can demonstrate for you in 2 seconds. Brandon, what you got? How do I make an artichoke? you strangle it. Oh my god. The joke's on this guy. Oh boy. There's a level of like feedback you get when it comes to jokes. Of course, you know, a loud laugh, that's the best. A little chuckle, that's still good. Just a little like, huh. It's just beyond an exhale. And then you have the nostril breath, which is just like, maybe you go in there too, but it's mostly nostril breath. That's when you know it's pretty bad. And if it's really bad, it's just silence. I'm the kind of guy, I gotta give you some feedback. I can't just give you nothing. I know Sotomonte's cracking puns all the time.
Yeah, dude, when people get annoyed because it's so bad and you understand it and you're like, oh, it's so bad. That's, for me, it's the best reaction.
You gotta hold your head, you know, like, cause you had a mini migraine and you might get a little nostril air out of me. But yeah, we're in the nostril air territory at this point. Arnold. Okay, how do I keyframe an emissive? It's the same way you keyframe anything. Let's make a cube. Let's freaking make a material, apply the material. You're not seeing it because it's just gray, I guess. Let's make an octane material. Render the scene. I'll quickly make a objects HDR environment, so it's just darkness, which means that is perfect for us because we're gonna make a material. We're gonna create a diffuse material. There's a million ways to do this in all the other programs, right? So inside of that material, we don't even need to go inside. We'll go to emission and we'll make a black body emission, and there you go, it's glowing. That is great. We're gonna take the power up to 500. It's really glowing. Okay, awesome. And then how do you keyframe it? Well, keyframe has to do with time. All right. So Soto, if you could move my head up just a little bit, thanks. And it has everything to do with this timeline. You keyframe things over time. So on frame 0, you see this little diamond here next to power. If I click that diamond, it makes that keyframe. All right, and that diamond is on this material under the emission, right? Black body emission, right? And then I go forward and I say it's 0, and then I hit the keyframe again. And if you scrub through, whoop, it turns it up. Very basic, very, very basic. Like level 1 is like keyframing, but you use keyframes all the time. And if you hit Shift F3 in C4D, you can go into what's called the dope sheet, which I think is a stupid name. And you can drop this down and see the actual like path of this, right? You can see that they smooth out. Let me see if I can drop this down. How do I give myself more room? God, I know there's like there's a way, but I don't know how to do it at this point. Oh, there we go. I clicked something. Right, so you can really stretch these out. These are called Bezier curves. So it starts real slow and it goes, oh, ramps into it. Or you can make it linear by selecting both of them and whoop, just make it linear. So it's just from 1 to 0, smooth and steady. Animation. It is not my strong suit. But that is how you keyframe an emissive. Generally, it's the same across every program. So good luck to you, Arnold. Good luck to you. All right. Moving on. Okay. We have this wall mount thing here. I don't know if I need to go beyond just the way it is right here. Like, we could add more detail. We could always add more detail later, right? But we want to block out our stuff. This is what connects us to the TV. Honestly, I don't think we need to add anything in between here because we are not going to see what's in between that space. But I like the idea of a bunch of cables around this thing. But I don't want the cables to look... I don't want them to look duplicated, but we'll do what we can, all right? So the cables are going from the monitor to this like mount, and then we run cables down the wall. This is based off of this guy here, right? We're running cables down the wall to, you know, some sort of server box like this here in this Ashthorpe reference. Cables coming down off to cases and computers like here in Inception. Mission Impossible, real clean, really clean. They got a nice setup here. Jealous of that setup. Inception also very clean, but stuff like this, right? Like these little carts. I want this kind of stuff to be in our environment. So we'll get to that point. Like I said, we're working from the central point, right? We're working from this little like room here out. So we're starting with the mount on the TV. But wires, okay, wires. Let's get some wires going. How are we going to do wires? I know that C4D has a really cool new like rope sim situation going on, but honestly, I think that's overkill for what we're trying to do. We just need to set some ropes, okay, or some wires. So what I can do, again, based off of our reference, always looking at reference, we can see that where are these wires going? What are they doing? We have wires coming from the TV. They're all coming from the TV. They're powering the TV, right? And we have these extra boxes here that maybe we can add an extra antenna or something, but that's probably some DirecTV. But the cables are going from the TV to this mount and down, right? And they're all zip tied to it. So knowing that, we need something coming out of this TV, wrapping around this system and going either up, down, left, or right. And I think I can just have them go into, I don't know. I think they can just go into this thing. I don't think we need to spend any more time than just adding cables. So we're gonna go to a top-down view, and I'm hitting, I believe, middle click. The only reason I say believe is because I'm using a pen, a Wacom pen here. But we'll hit middle click, and that's going to open up all of our viewers, and hit middle click again to go full screen on the one we want. Now, let's see. Pen tool, great. You know what we can probably do is freehand this thing, but freehand, ooh, it adds a bunch of points we probably don't want. I'm just gonna try clicking here, clicking here, clicking here, and clicking here. That probably doesn't look good. I'll hit escape to close it. I'm gonna grab all these, hit 0. That's gonna bring up our rectangular selection tool. I'll select them all. We're gonna turn these to, where are you? Hard interpolation, which means they don't bend or anything. And then in the spline options, if I go to the object, I can set the type to Bezier cubic, right? So cubic can totally work for what we're doing. And it's just the way they bend, right? There's a bunch of different options on how they bend. Subdivided, but I think, oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong one. Bezier, we don't want Bezier because that's like, it's gonna take too long to adjust all that stuff. We want it to be as quick and auto as possible. So a Kima can work, a cubic can work, either one of those is fine. But how do we thicken it up, right? We need a circle spline. Boom, that's how thick it's gonna be. So hit T for scale, scale it way down. Way down. It doesn't need to be positioned anywhere fancy, it just needs to be in the world. And we're gonna select both the spline and the circle, hold Control Alt, and holding Control Alt is gonna allow us to, whatever we select here, it's gonna be the sweep, it's going to automatically make whatever we select a parent of the things we have selected. If that makes sense. Hit T, scale it down. That's a lot of geo. We don't need that much, so I'll go to, I believe, it's a two-pronged thing. Controlling the amount of geo here is between the sweep and the circle. So if I go to the spline itself and hit 1, honestly, that will probably do as well. But, I mean, dang, should I? I mean, honestly. We got more super chats in the house? My goodness, y'all. Thank you. Dang. Okay. All right. Let's take a look here. We got Shinivari. I recognize that name. Maybe you've been here before. Anyone have any tutorials that would help with the challenge? I'm a beginner and it's a little difficult to find what I need. Well, Shinivari, that is a very general question. Very, very general question. What do you need help with? Like character stuff, animation, materials, lighting? There's so many, like what program are you in? There's a million different things. So if you could be a little bit more specific, I don't think you got a super chat again, but just at pwnisher, hit me with at pwnisher in this chat and just give me a little bit more description of what you're working with and what you're looking for. And even if I don't see it, I think the people in the chat can help you out. If you're in Blender, Blender Guru is like the first go-to one, right? The donut tutorial. Also check out Ian Hubert. If you're in Cinema 4D, I love Grayscale Gorilla. That's how I learned. Octane Jesus, he's another guy who uses C4D. EJ from iDesign, like your eyeball. iDesign, that's a great one for C4D. There's a lot of good ones. I mean, you just, YouTube stuff. If you're in Unreal Engine, William Faucher is amazing. That's F-A-U-C-H-E-R, Foucher, but it's pronounced Faucher, William Faucher. Winbush, also another great guy for C4D and Unreal Engine. Those are my go-tos, to be honest with y'all. Other than that, I'm just finding random people, putting out random videos. Sometimes I'll stumble upon the same person. But those are my go-tos. And then we got another super chat. We got VJ. Yo, VJ, what is good? It has been a minute. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. No message attached even. It's just hype. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Super generous of you. Y'all are great. You all are fantastic. Nor, William Faucher carried me through my masters. Yeah, William Faucher's the best. Sanim, hey, good question. Okay, hey Clint, just wondering, do you consistently have to watch tutorials while working on a project, being a professional, or is it just a beginner thing? Dude, I am watching tutorials 24/7. I kid you not. Like, for what I'm doing right now, obviously I'm working... Hold on, this deserves full screen. Oh, let's get some more light in here. Just a little bit more. Yeah, dude, I'm watching tutorials all the time. The more you do something, the less tutorials you have to watch. But like, at this point, I've done so many muzzle flashes in After Effects. I could do them with my eyes closed. I don't know. I've done Octane material stuff so much that I could, and like surface imperfections that I could, not with my eyes closed, but I could do it without tutorials. Unless they got updates, then you got more tutorials, right? But man, VFX is like more than 50-50. It's like 70% troubleshooting, 30% art. And right when you begin, it's like 98% troubleshooting, 2% art. And the tutorials are a great way to do both at the same time. When you're watching a good tutorial that's really walking you through step by step, you're getting 50-50. You're learning, you're troubleshooting, but it's a very like hand-holdy way to troubleshoot. You're kind of being told, hey, here's what the problem is, and here's how to solve it immediately. And you get results because it's a tutorial, you get a result by the end of the tutorial and all the way through. Those are people like iDesign, like Octane Jesus, like Winbush, like Grayscale Gorilla. like William Fauché. You know, these people are putting out tutorials that are solid. But then when you break out of the tutorial zone, that's like another thing. That's another step. When you're not creating art that is in the tutorial, you're creating art that is coming from your mind or coming from a photo you took or coming from you. You're creating your own art. At that point, that's when the tutorials shift. You're still watching tutorials. In fact, you're watching more tutorials, but it's not a hand-holdy tutorial. You have to, you're coming across your own problems, and you're looking up tutorials on YouTube or whatever, and you're spending a ton of time looking for very specific answers for very specific problems. And then you run into the next problem and the next problem and the next problem, and you have to keep looking up tutorials and keep troubleshooting. And when you break out of the I just said it. Like when you break out of making art that's in tutorials and you go into making your own art, that's when the tutorials ramp up even more so. So I'm watching tutorials all the time. This whole last week, I was watching tutorials on Daz. I was watching tutorials in C4D on how to simulate cloth. I was watching Rococo tutorials on how to like pair my character mesh to the mocap data and not have it look janky. Like, it's tutorial city 24/7. So it can be very frustrating. It can feel very daunting. It can feel not fun. But when you solve the problem, it's a great feeling. So I encourage you to keep it up, and keep at it, because it'll pay off for sure. And then the more you do it, you don't have to follow tutorials. You'll be like me with muzzle flashes. I've done so many at this point that and they're still a blast. They're still really fun to do. So good luck. Hang in there. It's tutorial town 24/7. It's the best. Soto, do you have any insight on that little tidbit there, or how do you feel about it?
I think you gave a great explanation. I would say if you're still having trouble finding an answer to a specific thing, join the Discord and ask in the voice chats. Probably someone will help you there. But yeah, other than that, pretty good info.
Yeah, gotta plug my own stuff too. Yes, we have a Discord server. And there's a ton of artists in there. I think we hit 50K. Recently we hit 50K, and 50K people. And it's live all the time. It's live 24/7. There's people from India. There's people from the US. There's people from the UK. There's people from Asia. It's like all over the place, right? And y'all can hop in and ask questions. It's literally for that. So good luck. Anurag, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. And we also have Safe Polar Bears. Y'all are popping off with the super chats today. Thank you so much. That's great. It says, question to all: if I'm going to be going into the video game development industry, should I start learning Unreal? I'm currently a Blender user. I mean, usually I'm not like, you should learn one program or another. But, yeah, I mean, if you're going into the gaming industry, it's either Unity or Unreal, right? Like, maybe there's other stuff, but I'm not in the game industry, so I don't know. But I do know that Unity and Unreal are like the top ones in my mind. Some of my favorite games were made with Unreal. I'm sure a lot of them were made with Unity as well. But I would say absolutely. If you're trying to get into gaming, then definitely pick up Unreal. Look up William Fauché, look up Winbush. They got you some tutorials. I got some tutorials as well. So who knows? Maybe if you get in, they'll be like, we use Unity only, and then that's still okay, because you pick up knowledge in Unreal Engine that it will carry over to Unity, so you're not wasting your time or anything. At the end of the day, you do it because you have fun, right? So keep it up. All right, wires, cables, back to it. We go to point mode. All right, move these around. And this is how our wires work. We can, let's see, we can turn off the circle spline. That way we can actually see where our points are at. Hey, now. 0 is your rectangular selection tool, and we're gonna have wires coming off of this TV. All right, so where do the wires come from? They probably come from like where you plug the HDMI into, which is, let's just for our sake say it's off to the left here. So I'm just gonna move that into the TV, and it's going to come down here. We're gonna like move it over here, and it's all gonna go to, I'll say like the middle of this thing. Something like that, right? And we can probably thicken up the wires just a little bit to see a bit more of them. And let's make a couple more, shall we? So let's do, can I do it like this? Can I just duplicate that? Oh, it doesn't work like that, does it? Hold on, let's find out. Yeah, it won't do 2 at the same time. But maybe if I group this? Doesn't seem to work like that either. Okay. I know it would do it. I think if I... okay. Yeah, that's not what we want. I'm just gonna duplicate the sweep itself for now. And we'll move this around. So, okay, so we got one coming from there. We got a power cable. Let's do a power cable from the bottom. So let's do, yeah, power cable from down here. This will be a thicker one, so we can actually give it some more thickness. And we'll have this one kind of like wrap around this thing. So it'll come like up and through. Like that. And it'll just go to the center again. Nice, and we'll give that some more thickness because it is the power cable, so it's gonna be thicker. Awesome. And we got more cables. We got like another, let's say another HDMI signal. So let's duplicate this. Our HDMI. Right, and we can say, boom, that's our second HDMI slot. And this one could droop down a little lower. Hang down like this. I'm looking at it, what it's gonna look like from like back here, because this is really the angle we're gonna be viewing it from. Let's take the power cable and maybe give it like just a little bit more. Something like that. And looking at our reference, yeah, let's do like a squirrely one. So that's gonna be a couple more points, right? Let's take one of these coming from the other side, right? So let's first start by selecting all of them, Control A for the points. We'll move it over here and we'll have it coming out from like this side. And maybe down here. Who knows what this is? And let's pipe that into there. And let's try and give it like a couple more spline points here. Let's see. I think if I actually just select this and hit UO, or no, US, it'll subdivide it. Yep. So you just add one in between. That's literally what that did. We can do the same. We'll just do it as needed, actually. Yep. Select both of these. We'll hit US. The way I think of it, US, the way I remember it is like, it spells us, right? So us means more people, and you're making more of us if you, more geometry if you hit US. The dumber those like little memorization things get, the easier it is to memorize, to be honest. Sweet. All right, so we got some cables looking good. The only issue is like if it looks like it's duplicated, and it probably will, and I'm going to solve that later. Oh.
A cheap way for making variations is just flipping it in the x-axis, maybe.
Totally, yeah. So you could do like select all these, group them, Alt G, and just flip. You have to type it in, it seems. Let's see here. Coordinates. -1. So the difference between that and that. Yeah, that's variation enough, for sure. So what you could do is export one of these and another. So just have two variations. Boom. All right, so let's take this, save it, and I'm gonna export this as an FBX. Don't need any of that stuff. Just subdivision surface is Is a sweep counted as a subdivision surface? I don't know, but we'll find out. All right, save this. Assets, models. This is TV mount 1. and then we'll flip that axis again. -1, and we'll save this file. Export FBX. TV mount 2. And we'll bring it into Unreal Engine. Matt Walker, what's up? Control Z is your best friend. Just try stuff out. Yeah, that is a very good point. We can undo to the end of time when it comes to 3D. Actually, not actually, but Control Z does exist, so I agree with you. Test things out. Your first idea is not always your best, so get them all out of there, and you got a mind for those good ideas. Control Z is your friend. Thank you, Matt. Thanks for that heads up. All right, now let us apply these here to all of these monitors. I wish there was an easier way. I'm sure there's a way to do it with like in C4D. In fact, I know there's a way to do it in C4D. But I'm doing it in Unreal Engine. Call me stubborn. All right, mesh. Let's go to mesh, props, and let's drag our FBX in, shall we? Start with TV mount number 1, and I want to combine meshes, so it's just one thing. Build nanite, yes please. And I think it's gonna try and bring in materials. I don't want to create a material because I'll do that later, and I don't want to import textures, so we'll import all. Great, we got a decent view of our TV, but after I figured this one out, it's been all about this. Go to settings, thumbnail edit mode, and if you, gosh dang it, wait, what? Thumbnail edit mode. Oh yeah, just click and drag. Just click and drag. Right, you find the best angle that really shows off what this thing is. All right, I think that works. So that's TV mount 1, TV mount 2, same deal. The import settings will stay, and we'll go back to that thumbnail edit mode, left click. Yeah, that's great. So it brings okay. We could have solved that in the import, but I'm lazy. So let's go ahead and, man, maybe we do need to do this in the import. Okay, let's try it in the import. Let's try it in the import. We can bring both of them in at the same time. And if you go to import scale, it's set to 100. Let's set that to 1. Thumbnail edit mode. Awesome, we get it. Yeah, done. Yay, okay, this is way more doable. Let's set it to 0.5. 0.4. 0.4 looks like it's the way, and a spacebar to toggle between your position, scale, and rotation. And I'm gonna line this up with the TV itself. You notice my UVs are off, right? But I'm not too worried because I'm probably just gonna have this be like a reflective black material. Now let's see if this was even worth it, because like I want these to be seen, right? We hold Alt, we can duplicate these screens, and I'll actually do them one every other because we have those duplicate ones, right? We'll bring this in, set it to 0.4 as well. There we go. And these trusses, I have this like post-process material lens distortion thing on right now, right? And it makes it difficult to actually select things. You can see if I select it, the actual like outline for its selection doesn't match until I turn it off. So if you followed last week's stream, you saw that tutorial was in the description. And if you did that, then that's why you're having trouble selecting stuff. Boom. All right, so all of our cables can run down the scaffolding. And let's go to this setup here. G will show or hide things. So you see how like small that is? But they do exist. They are there. Let's go ahead and uncheck game settings. Yeah, this is a little bit better. These are going to be up top as well. So let's alt drag this up. We also can cheat and just like do that to get a little bit more, which may not be a bad idea. But first, let's duplicate these across the board. Yeah. Alt drag. We'll bring them over here. Do a little 180. Our snapping is on top right. You see this little button right here? This is our snapping. And it's very handy for rotating things like we're doing. All right, so we got that, and then let's alt drag again to duplicate even further. We'll go 90 on it, not 85. Boom. I'm using Q and E. Well, actually, I'm holding right click and I'm using W, A, S, and D to move around, and then Q and E will raise and lower. So I'm just kind of getting in here. Where did my gizmo? Oh, I gotta hit W. Boom, line it up, nice. Let's go alt drag to the other side. Line it up nice, and then we just got one more to do. For right here. So these guys, I'm wondering if they need to actually be flush. Yeah, I feel like they actually need to be flush because I think you're seeing a little bit more. Bring these down. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, it's some subtle detail, but it adds, most definitely. This is gonna be in some full screen. Rendered out all nice. Sweet. Maybe we can go a step back. I don't know how necessary that's gonna be because at a certain point you're not gonna be seeing these monitors anymore. But I feel like this top row, in fact, I'm gonna grab all these TV mounts, right? And let's pop them in a folder, top right here, if you click that. TV mount, right? And if we select all them TV mounts, I'm not even gonna group them. And I'm just gonna hold Alt and drag them back. And see the, you know, how, do we see that or not? We do. All right. From here, this is our furthest angle, and I think I can go one more. I can go one more because we will technically see one more row. Cool. So all these wires, we're gonna have to run all these wires and like populate this with wires and stuff. We'll figure that out. But now that I think of it, here's actually, so it's not perfectly duplicated with all these wires, right? Here's what we'll do. Is I will grab all of these mounts again, and when I duplicate them, I'll actually rotate them too. And I think that should give us a different look. Yep. Yep. And we'll do it again with the rotate. Dude, what? Template sequencer. Oh, I put it in the sequencer. What the heck? Somehow it ended up in the sequencer and had a keyframe made for itself. That's funny. Let's make a material for this thing. So I'll go to materials, and we have basic material imperfections. Okay, so that is a material instance. I'm gonna make another. Well, since I'm not using this, I'll just apply it to the TV. So what we can do is actually go to our TV. We'll search for our TV, right? So you can see this little search that'll show us where it is. If I double click it, it'll open up the asset itself. And if we apply that material to this asset, it should populate to all of them, right? And they'll come out with that material. So, whoop, should pop it in there. Nice, all right, and then we have the other one as well, so I'll select that. Open it up and pop in that material. I'm gonna make them black. Right, so I'll go for base color. Take that down. And let's see. Specular. Just a little bit. Metallic. Ooh, do we want metallic? Roughness intensity. Yikes. So I didn't set up my roughness as nice as I would like to, because I want it, you can see, like, even if I go max intensity, it still doesn't get like a huge majority of this. So I think that just has to do with my master material setup. I think it's okay for now. Let's just see what this does, see what this looks like. And it's honestly, you know, it's just dark. When we get to here, you'll see a little bit more of it, but I think that's fine. We can take the base color up a little bit, perhaps. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. It's almost, I mean, it's basically chrome. Awesome. All right, let's grab the scaffolding and see if we can't start connecting these monitors to the scaffolding somehow. So I'm gonna get it like right up to this thing. Somewhere in there. Same here. And I can probably just like make a wire asset in C4D and have it like, just have it be kind of a long wire asset and just run it around and across this whole system here. And we can just scale it and have it be as long as we want. And that'll give us more detail. Sweet. Yeah, because the wires are going to come off of this and around the trusses. So let's go back to C4D. All right, this is looking nice. I want to make a new file. I'm just going to call this one long cables. And let's make a figure to know like what scale we're dealing with. These guys come in at 2 meters. We'll make a cylinder. R for rotate, shift for snapping. And that's the longest I think we'll need to make one of these things. We can probably do there because we know we're gonna make some short ones too, so we can find something in the middle. And let's go ahead and go to our top-down view. Point mode. In fact, I'm gonna copy over one of these sweeps because we don't need to make it again. It's already done, right? And I'm gonna just leave it to 2 points to make it easy. Start at the end, and we'll take this out to the other end. And I'm gonna go through here, and with both points selected, I'm going to subdivide this. And you can right click and select subdivide, or you can use the shortcut US. This is what we talked about earlier. I'm gonna hit US. That means we got a subdivision right here in the middle. So with that, I will, well, first, we'll keep this at the bottom because it's coming from the bottom, and it's gonna wrap around to the top. All right, I'll select both of those again. We're going to everything. We're going to get this to wrap around like so. In fact, this one would technically come over here to this side. So that way we have a cord wrapping around all of this. Now, we're gonna keep subdividing it to give a little bit of variation in what we're doing, as if it's zip tied down to this. So every other one is like zip tied down, right? That one's real snug, and then this one opens up, and that one's real snug, and that one's really snug. And we can just keep going. So I'll take that and subdivide again. Kind of just randomly moving these around. And I wanted to like wrap, actually, to wrap more so around this thing. So let's just keep it going. that detail work, baby. I think we'll do it once and then we can have it to duplicate. Nice. So that could be a variation, and then we could have another one. It might be, if I were to delete all these again, we can start fresh and we can make one more variation. A little closer to maybe what we had before, where maybe they're all just kind of running along the top. Let's say they're all running along the top. Right, and we'll break this up. Have these come up and out just a little bit. Do it again. Bring them back a touch. And instead of the top, maybe it's the side. So I'll hold shift and we'll go 90 on it and then just kind of bring it back. Something like that. So looking at our scene, the wires are gonna run basically across this, down this. We'll duplicate it, right? So there's just a bunch of wires running down, and then they'll probably come from this point, and the wires will run to somewhere, to some sort of like central unit of some sort, control unit. And that will be stuff kind of like this. It'll be stuff kind of like this. And it'll be stuff kind of like this. Right, and... oh, we got Steve Began up in here. Yo, what's up, Steve? We got my Unreal Sensei. He was the one who took the time to teach me every Friday for a few hours before work. What up, Steve? Dude, come a long way since you've taught me. All right, we got a bunch of monitors in here. Surface imperfection. I remember when we went over surface imperfection. Now, granted, these aren't as clean as they can be. I was moving fast, all right? You gotta trust. We're gonna bring in some ropes and stuff, or cables rather. Got like nice emissive, but you know I ain't trying to light a whole scene with emissives, because that's not right. I got lights hidden in here to help. Well, this one should be movable. I got lights up in here to help light our scene. You know I would never do that with emissives. Same up here too. We got a little emissive bulbs, but nah, I'm not trying to do that. I got all these other lights lighting the scene. I've learned a lot, Steve. You taught me very much. You taught me very much. Is that even, what is that? You taught me well. Also, Steve, check this out. We got a post-process material that does lens distortion. Look at the right side of frame. It's all adjustable too. Where is it? Down here somewhere. Boom, here it is. Right? For some reason, does not work with EXRs or PNGs. I think it only works with JPEGs, perhaps. But kind of cool. You know, you get a subtle enough look, and it totally works out. Tumas! What is up? Greetings from Finland. Hello, Finland. I have been following along for a year now, and the chill atmosphere has been great for learning. Hey, that is what's up. I'm glad it's chill. I'm glad chill and my channel are words that go together. Let's see how much my first try at the challenge runs out. Or, oh wait, hold on. Let's see how much my first try at the challenge runs out of time. Runs out. You got it, man. You got it. You're gonna do great. I will say this much to y'all. If you're feeling like you're behind, it's okay. We're only halfway through this thing. If you hadn't started yet and you want to, it's not too late. You can still dive in. You don't have to create your masterpiece, all right? It's just fun to create and to be a part of these montages and whatnot. Yes, we will have people shooting for that top 100. We will have people shooting for top 5. We will have people shooting for first place. But just because there are people pushing themselves to get that, and you feel you're not ready enough or you're not there quite yet, don't let that bum you out from just hopping in and creating something and having fun. It can just be a little tiny thing, small little thing. As long as you're learning and having fun, that's the whole point. And then we put it all together in that montage to come together as a 3D community. So yeah, keep it up. Have fun with it. What was your name again? Tomas. Thank you for the super chat. Best of luck to you. Shout outs to Finland. Maybe one day I'll make my way down there. All right. So I think the next thing that we got to do is finish our thought in C4D. I think we have some cables that are looking good. We can bring these in. It's gonna be great. All right, so we'll make these editable, and from here, let's go File, Export, FBX. Keep your stuff organized. Models, we have long cables, and I'm saving them together because we can import them together, or sorry, import them separately by unchecking that box, right? So we'll go to Mesh, we'll go to Props, and we will import our long cables, making sure, let's see, I'll build nanite, yes. I want to uncheck combine meshes because I want the individual options. Import scale, that is 1, should be 1. And I don't want to create materials, import all. And let's see if we can get that thumbnail edit mode. If you left click, I think, or right click. There we go, you can zoom in on it. So that is probably the best view for our cable, something like that. And we'll do the same here. Steve, I had no idea about this thumbnail edit mode. This is amazing. All right, those are our cables. Done editing. All right, let's bring them on out. You know, we'll bring them out together. They're a team. All right, and let's get them in place. Dude, those are some greasy monitors. But we're not seeing them from there, we're seeing them from here. And I can adjust it as I need to, but those are some fine-tuned adjustments. I don't need to work on them. That's too fine for me. All right. Let's hit spacebar, stretch these out to the extent of the scaffolding. We'll go to the end. And I'm pretty sure the squiggly one was supposed to be on the bottom. It started on the bottom. And this one started right in the front. And I can go to these guys and give them the appropriate material. Can I open both of these? Yes, I can. Materials. Boom. It's got the surface imperfection. We'll save that and save that. and now they have the correct material, which, you know, we can adjust this as needed later. You know what though? You know what though? You know what though? Let's set this to yellow. Or orange. There was one of these references that had some of that in here. Yes, like this. I love those accents. I think this even had a touch of yellow, orangish as well that I really like. So getting some cables to feel like that, I think could be sweet. So I'm gonna take off the metallic and I'm gonna set the base color to yellow. Well, that screwed things up a little bit. Let's undo that. Let's make a new material instance holding control. I lied, holding alt. No, I lied, holding alt. And what? Control C, Control V. Okay, that works. Let's open up them cables again and give it this new one, shall we? So, you know what? Nah, dude. I'm just gonna drag and drop it because I'm sure some cables will be one color, another cable will be another color. That works. Let's take off chrome. The metallic, we'll take it off. Let's set it to yellow. And I think we can take the roughness. Well, let's find out first. That way I can actually see what the heck these cables are doing. I can place them a little bit better this way. There we go. And we can duplicate these and run them down. Ah, it's post-process. It's throwing off my selection. Get. All right. Bam. Bam. Alt drag. Drop it down. Rotate it. Scale it. And maybe I'll put these like toward the back or something. But that looks, honestly, that looks pretty sweet. It's starting to look more like a lab, which I am all about. Hold Alt, and you should be able to duplicate these guys and flip them around. Give us a different kind of look to it. So we just got cables on cables coming down this thing. I'm going to duplicate it on the other side as well. It's just cable town running down these guys. Sweet. Let's grab these cables and bring them over to the other side. I'm gonna, let's see, let's pop this. Let's, I don't know. I'll leave it as is for now. Hold Alt, bring it over. Flip them. 180. Spacebar to toggle between your position, scale, and rotation gizmos. And there's going to be clipping, all right? At the end of the day, there's going to be some clipping, but we can make these fine adjustments as we go through our art. All right. You know, you can also do like bundles of rope too. So we could do, let's see, I'll make a new one, and we'll make a circle. We'll actually make 2 circles. One of them will be way scaled down. We'll select both, hold Control Alt, and pop them into a sweep. And if we make these editable, let's see, how many points? We got 4 points. That's perfect. That's exactly what we need. I'll basically just kind of like bring them in towards each other. Open it up a little bit. I always spawn a person to know what scale we're dealing with. So I want to keep the rope, I keep saying rope, the cables pretty small. So that's good here. And I'll make a couple more of these. Let's take this down to 0, right? And we'll make a couple more. I think we only need like 3. And we'll just kind of adjust the scale of this a little bit. More circular, and maybe this comes forward a touch. Maybe this goes back a touch. And then this final one can be like even longer. And then we'll stack them so the tops are aligned. And let's duplicate them, control drag them back. Bring them up a little bit, maybe. Scrunch them in. Open them up a little bit. I mean, honestly, that's not bad. Just having the one, we can duplicate it later in Unreal, I think. But that looks good to me. Let's take it and yeah, that totally works. Let's export this. Cable loop. And we want to make sure this comes in as one combined mesh. And let's also make sure if we double click it, it has the correct material attached. And we can kind of position these all around. Always be checking like from where you're going to be viewing this thing. I also feel like if there's going to be TVs on the bottom like that, it should technically be raised up onto a platform. So I wonder how deep I want to go with that. Sweet, this looks great. Really happy with how this is turning out. Big fan of this detail. Yeah, I think it would definitely need to be raised up on something, but I don't know, maybe I'll come back with that because it's gonna be a lot. I feel like there also would be, okay, we need to block this out from large to small. We're getting pretty detailed here. I'm happy with how this is turning out. The next thing would be the hubs and control units that the cables are going to. So I wonder if there's any like cart assets. I'm sure there's some stuff. Let's check the marketplace and see what we got. Also, shout outs to everybody for sticking with me. We got 540 people strong in this thing. We're doing some good stuff. We're doing some good work. Appreciate y'all. I can maybe take it to the chat here and do a little mini Q&A before we dive back in. But let's look at all the stuff I got. Look at all the stuff I got. Okay. Construction site, volume 1. What is this? Boxes and stuff. Okay, boxes and stuff. Tarps. Tarps could be a thing. Pallets. It's warehousey. I think we're good on this stuff. Those chain link fences are kind of creepy though. Maybe. No. Okay, maybe not the construction site. That is what I was hoping for though. Wait, scans construction site. What is this? It's like rubble and stuff. Pretty sweet, but not what we need. I'm looking for, okay, apartment tech props. This is from the Matrix setup. This is pretty much what I need. Yeah, tables with computers and wires. This is a lot of props. A lot of props. My goodness. Oof, that cable asset alone, yo. This cable asset alone is so worth it. These random like, yeah, this is pretty close to what I need. Monitor wise, we might go for more of a higher tech situation. But I think getting this kind of look here can be possible with this. So that's cool. We can easily add that. Let's do library, add to project. Add to project. That's gonna do its thing. Let's see if there's anything else we could use. Bridges, bicycle, buildings, people, vehicles. Restaurant, construction site, volume 2. We got some tables and stuff. Chainsaw. This like thing of cables here could be nice. Oh, here's a pile of cables. That could actually come in handy. But I feel like we can just make that on our own really quick, as opposed to importing all of this stuff. What else do we got? Landscapes, fantasy, horror, dining room, meadow, low poly Asia environment, low poly cats, industrial hangar. Okay. This is like some exterior stuff. I don't think this is really what we need. Oh man, it is inside too. It's massive. What else do we got? What else do we got? Neighborhood, modern, modular industrial area. Okay. This is all for free, by the way. Every month they have like 5 things for free on this marketplace. This is a little... not quite. Ooh! These little guys here could be a thing. There might be a couple things in here we could use. Some pipes and stuff. I'll add it. Office. Maybe the office? Maybe they got some computers in the office. Yeah, there's a real basic monitor, but this will be like gigs and gigs. I'd rather just make that really quick in C4D. Valley of the Ancients, Unreal, blah, 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 Supermarket, Soul City. God, that's a lot of stuff. Okay. Not quite what we need. Not quite. Sci-fi, Polar City. What is this? Last one. Okay, that's some stuff here. I think I'm good. We'll work with what we got. The Matrix pack is in. It's done. We got the Matrix desk, apartment, meshes. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Yeah, let's like start figuring out where these main clusters of gear and tech will be, and then we can run wires to those points. Basically, we're gonna need like a control area. I'm not quite sure where that's gonna be, but we're gonna figure it out. So we're starting here, and dude, totally. Just a freaking toolbox with some stuff on it. Oh, oops. Like, why not, you know? Like, so much, we can populate so much of this stuff. But let's focus. Let's focus. Oh, sorry. Focus went out the window. These wires. That is glorious. I feel like these dudes would be like a little bit more organized. Whoever's running this operation. But that honestly looks kind of cool. And we could also just give this that yellow material. Let's see if I double click this. Yep, it's got that. That's great. Oh, that's freaking great. What's this? Bunch of disconnected wires. All right. Cool. All right, Alt drag. We'll get this over here. Okay. This was lowered. It was up on a stage platform. Like, I feel like that would be a bit more accurate. Be a lot of things to select. Let's stay focused, stay focused, stay focused. All right, we need to get those little islands of monitors that we can run the cables to. I feel like we're gonna need a bigger desk than that, but this desk is a little not as high tech as I would like. There could be a couple little areas to monitor what's going down. And I'm gonna switch this chair out for sure because I don't want it to just be this freaking matrix scene. Definitely don't want people recognizing assets. It's a little close. And I think wheelie desks are the way to go. Because it just makes more sense. Oh, that's great. That is just great. No! Oh! Oh, God. Terrifying. Yeah, this dude's desk setup is freaking sweet. Super high tech. Let's see what this would look like if we gave it... keyboard. Gave it a monitor. We'll obviously have to flatten down. Definitely like this kind of stuff is perfect. Because you're like, what is this? Some sort of high-tech operation is going down. All for it. Oh, it's a printer, okay. I feel like it would definitely need a person like monitoring this thing too. You would need another actor in there. You could also have like, see, so all these TVs will be plugged in. They need some sort of power source. And I think that's what we're missing right now. We need like a big old power source. So I know we brought in this industrial area. Just this little forklift. Really depends like how much you really want to fill it out. You could go to town and do this kind of setup, which would be a lot of work. Rather keep it a little bit more simple, but who knows? But we don't need that forklift right now. What we do need Ooh, some good pipes. Power cable, transformer, maybe this transformer. That's probably an outside thing, huh? These switchboards, yes, yes, yes. This kind of stuff. Hmm. Like they could be up against the wall, but like I feel like the space is so vast. It does look kind of cool though. Kaylee, yo, thank you for the super chat. You gotta run, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you very much for stopping by. I'm glad the chat was useful for you. I'm glad we did some stuff that helped you out. So I'll see you next time. Next week, we got 2 more live streams to continue working on this art. Thank you very much for that super chat, Kaylee. It could be like right up on it though too at the same time. Dang, along the back wall too though? It's pretty crazy looking. Yeah, I feel like it just needs it needs junk. And junk is tough because there's so much detail in it. Let's see, let's try the switchboard. Maybe we change the colors of these things to like a blue. Opacity, roughness, ambient occlusion, no. We're looking for emissive, there it is, emissive color, here we go, boom. This guy. So we can give this a tint. We'll hold 3 and click, make a color. We'll hold M for multiply. We can pop this into RGB, and this goes into the multiply. This is the intensity, right? If we take this to 1, those lights will dim down. Very dim. I think that actually takes them off. But we'll go back to 5, and then I'll take this to a blue. See what happens. Huh. Nothing at all. I wonder why. If I change this color, does it do anything? There we go. Skyrix Dreamer, thank you for the super chat. You got a question. So he says, hey Clint, super quick, can we make the camera shake in mid transition of the animation? It's the same camera animation, but I would like to make it shake in the middle and then stop. Yes, you can do that, as long as you don't have a ton of camera as long as you don't have a ton of camera shake in your scene, so that's super jarring, that's fine. And as long as it doesn't affect the like looping aesthetic from one render to another, yes, you can add camera shake. Just go easy on it. Yeah, it's up to you. It's up to you how much you add. So good luck, and thank you for that super chat. Very kind of you. I'm excited to see your render. I'm excited to see all your guys' renders. Yes, if y'all are working on your render right now for this challenge, give me a thumbs up in the chat. Let me see them thumbs. I'm excited to see your guys' stuff. So definitely stop by Monday on the Discord, because we're going to be going over your art. You can submit your art. We'll bring you up on the stage. We'll talk about it. And yeah, fill in the community on how you're doing so far. Nor, you are working away. Default's going. Heck yeah. Good to see y'all working on your stuff. Easy Sonics is going. Jack, Yanni, Ben, Chris, Kasora. Yes, Lightstorm. We got everybody. Francisco, you're scared. You got this, son. Fiza. Yay, everyone's working on their stuff. Easy Sonics. Yes, we are talking about works in progress on Monday. Yeah, absolutely. Bring it on. Bring it on. Alright, I wonder if I do this instead. that doesn't do it. Huh. I wonder if something like this would work. I'm just trying to get blue to show through instead of green and red. I could quickly do it in Photoshop, but I'm trying to figure out the best way to do it here in Unreal. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's a quest for another day. Small detail. Multiply the color over top. Oh, like after this? Huh. Weird. Oh, it's gonna be the whole thing. Shoot. Yeah, that's not gonna work. All right, let's hang these lights. It's about time we hang these things. We can get some pipes on the ceiling as well. Ooh, I wonder if chains. Should we do it with chains? Hmm. All right, default. You're saying you're thinking a copper pipe rig for the lights. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I can see that. I think we actually have some pipes in our Megascans assets. Metal beams. What is this? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we could do this here, perhaps. All right, I'm gonna scale it up and shrink it down. And let's get up into its material instance and see if we can't give it like more of a copper color. All right. Albedo tint. Something like that, I think. I am colorblind, but I think that is what we're going for. Let's give it more specular. And let's take the roughness down to 0.2, 0.5, and see what that looks like. I think that works. Yeah. All right, so technically, I'll want to just delete these probably. And repopulate it with this new one. Let's see. Okay. Sweet. All right. Just testing to see what this looks like. We don't need the far ones. The heck? All right, it's coming together. That is not bad at all. All right, let's see if we can't get some more pipes up on the roof here. We can probably use, there's a couple references here. There's this one, which is like these are water pipes, I would assume. That would be scaffolding, but these are water pipes for fire stuff. Yeah, these are all water pipes. So let's go ahead and make a water pipe asset, shall we? Let's drag this out. A few times. In fact, let's take a look here. All right, so every so often it looks like, oh, there's also electrical wires too. That's nice. There's like a couple different ones. The water pipes are thicker, the electrical ones are smaller. All right. That just runs down the length of the building there. And then these also turn too. But they're held up by these little thin ones every so often. These guys. So we can take this, let's maybe grab like this one here. And I know this is like technically what it's not held up by, but we're gonna see if we can cheat it. Okay, and then out the top we could have a cylinder. That just goes to the ceiling, up and out of view. Oh, come on now. And I'm gonna even give it the same material, even though it's probably not gonna look entirely right, but you're not gonna be able to tell. All right, I should be able to just duplicate this now across the board. AM, yo, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate it. I'm gonna need that that motivation, because we are in the weeds now. We are doing the details that are gonna pay off here. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, sir. Alright, so this will basically be duplicated to the back. I'm gonna run it lengthwise, and then I'll probably run some other cables as well. Boom. Okay. You know what I totally should have done? I'm gonna undo all that and group it from the top. And honestly, it needs like little fire spigot thingies, I think. Maybe I can just add those later. And I think that's what I'll do. Control G will group. All right, and then we'll select all of these, run them lengthwise, and then I'm gonna try and go in and add some like inconsistencies to them and like some warbliness. But let's rotate this 90, bring it up here. Let's see how far we can scoot this forward. Quite a ways, quite a ways. Yeah, okay. So basically right up into there. All right, and I'll look at the reference again to see like really where these are coming from. Man, there's a lot. There's like electrical up here. Something like that. And we can run some left and right as well. before this gets too out of hand, I'm gonna duplicate or group all this stuff. Awesome, and these could be like, who knows, just other pipes. And we'll make sure it's as long as the building. I think it'll just be easier that way. This one does not belong. That is right in the way of these lights. Weird. Sweet, now let's see if I can, like, rotate this a little bit. Get rid of snapping. And this will give it some like really subtle detail here that I think will go a long way. Yeah, it kind of bends down there. This one will be a little bit more obvious on these sides here. Sweet. Nice. Yeah. Some inconsistency there. Looking good. Ooh, can I pull this off? Might be a bit much, but we will see. I'm excited for it. It kind of works. Yeah. Janky pipes. Another thing we could do, we can actually get some of these like electrical conduits. Little outlets. Let's look for 3D assets here in Bridge. It's a little wall thingy. Not these ones. I mean, we could probably just use this one though. Oh, this is great. The electrical box. Let's definitely pull that. And let's grab this tiny electric box too. Yo, Noor, that, wow, all right. That, okay, it said it ain't a real warehouse unless the pipes have a leak with a puddle on the ground. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's go to decals. We'll go to leakage. We'll go to stamp. And is there not just a puddle? It's all like drips and drops. Huh. I am gonna grab this though. Let's grab this one. Let's also grab, I want to have some like grunginess coming down the side of these concrete pillars. So I'm gonna grab a few of these. Let's see if we can't find like a puddle. Street mud, tileable. Let's see. Okay, decals, blood, commercial concrete. Ooh, we could also do some like big old damaged concrete. Yeah, this stuff is great. Grab some of that. We could grab some. What would really make this look nasty? Some asphalt. Crackage. This rebar stuff is great. We can grab this. Damaged concrete. Pothole, let's try that. This is like probably what I'll do at my end step, is I'll come through and like add all of these. Oh wow, that grading is nice too. Leakage, oh shoot man, like why is there not puddles in here? Now I have no idea what this says. Oh, it says no posters. All right, that's probably not what I want it to say for our thing. But some signage would be cool. Street. Stain, okay, yes, stain. That is kind of what I'm looking for. That's more like tar stuff. Mud. Moss, metal. Leakage. Why is it not under leakage debris? Concrete, commercial, blood, wood, vegetation, tree, streets, stone, mud, moss. Dang. I swore they had like some really nice ones. Coax, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. The Dizzy Viper puddle pack. That is truly the best puddles. Brandon, yo, absolutely, man. You know it. We on it. This is like the most unbroken amount of time I get to work during the week, so it's actually really nice. All right, let's try this. Puddle. It's all mud stuff. I remember there's a big one that we had for the stream I did with Steve Began. But where the heck was that? Was it Imperfections? Maybe it was Imperfections. I don't know. Leakage, grunge, stain, stone, fingerprinter, frost damage. I don't know. Y'all, I do not know. But we got some good stuff. We got some decals. Shoot. I downloaded them, but I didn't export them. Here we go. And we'll add to the scene. Yeah, we could use blood and desaturate it, but I feel like it's not the same. No. Michael, no, not having a Quadro card will not limit your capabilities in Unreal. I think you'll be surprised with what you could do with a 3070. Give it a shot, my friend. Alright. Let's see if we can't get some of these decals popping off. Concrete damaged. I feel like a lot of the damage will be like more on the bottom. So that's where stuff gets bumped. Samuel, what's up? I download a lot of assets, huh? Do I keep them on my drives or delete them after the project is done? In my experience, they start to fill space fast. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I have a like 8 terabyte SSD for all my VFX assets, and from time to time I will go through and I will use a program called WinDirStat. I'll type it into the chat. It's called Windows Direct like Statistics or something. I don't know. It stands for something like that. And I use that and it like visualizes all the blocks of data on my computer, and you can see where the big chunks are coming from. They're color coded, and you can delete them that way. So I'll go through and I'll do that from time to time for sure. All right, I feel like this could be a little brighter. Why will it not let me brighten it? Huh, it's weird. We can go into the diffuse texture itself and give it a brightness of like 1.5 or something. Does that do anything? Yeah. Take the saturation down a bit. That's maybe a little bit more blended into the scene. Let's see what else we got. Concrete damaged. This is more like a ground thing, I feel like. Very subtle too. Very, very subtle. But if you put it maybe where the reflection will be, you can pick up on it, but it's not really necessary, I feel like. Yeah, it's not, I don't think that's the vibe. We have more damaged concrete. These rebar chunks, they look nice. You gotta ask yourself why they're here. What would do this kind of damage? And also, why is it duplicated over to this other one? I'll leave it there for now, just to know that it's in place. Leakage. All right, so I want to do. Let's see, we got some water pipes up here. Maybe the water ran. How would this work? Hmm. Yeah, it looks like it goes from top to bottom, and it actually doesn't just kind of like taper off. It's way too much. Goodness, way, way, way too much. You can get it in there subtle like that, but I don't think it adds, to be honest. You know, maybe a little bit, but tough to say. I'll leave it on there again for now since we placed it. Hooroo! How do you submit your render? Well, you click the submission link in the description below, or you go to the Discord server and you submit through that Google form. They're both the same. For those of you who don't know, we have a way to submit your renders now. We are halfway through the challenge, and if you are done with your render, you can submit. The reason that I do this, the reason that we have the submission link halfway through the challenge is so that you don't feel the pressure to submit on day one. It's way better if y'all take as much time as possible to make your art as good as possible, because then it just brings up the overall average quality of the renders higher and higher. That's why we release the submission link halfway through these challenges. So it is live as of today. Like I said, it's in the description or also on the Discord server. I'll be making an announcement, a second announcement on the Discord server with that link, but it is in the Get Started channel on Discord, so you can check that out. You can only submit once, all right? So read it very carefully. Please still work on your art, make it as good as you can. Obviously, I still have a ways to go here. And yeah, you can only submit it one time. So please make sure whatever you do submit that will be the version in the montages, all right? So you can't be like, oh, but I forgot to add a character. No, it's done. So please make sure your art is final before you turn it in. Let's get back to the art. I'll probably do just another, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. And then maybe hang out with y'all for some Q&A, and then I'm gonna get some food. Let's get back to it. Eric, can you submit an MOV? It is in the, all that stuff, all the technical details are in the rules. It's also on the submission page. So the answer is no. We're talking MP4s. There was a lot of renders that didn't make it in last time to the montages because the codecs were all weird. So we want to make sure that it's not a codec issue. That's why we're having everyone do MP4s. It worked really well for the last challenge, and we're doing it same deal for this challenge. Maybe let's get a couple more water pipes going across the top. Oh, and that conduit. I want to get that as well. Awesome, awesome. And let's get another one running down here, like a little light switch situation. 3D assets. Oh, I didn't transfer them over. That's right. These two, yes, please. Boom. All right. We got two of these. We can figure out which one we want to use. You also have to figure out how big a human is because, you know, you walk up to this and you're like, okay, I gotta work on this. So it's probably gonna be closer to this level. Same for this one. Probably be around here. Let's just get rid of this nasty. Yeah. All right, and I want to run an electrical cable to these. All right, so I'm gonna let's grab this. And we'll scooch it. Let's see. Scooch it right up to here. And it's gonna run down this thing. Sweet, all right. Oh, Winbush, what's up, son? Yo. So, Winbush and I believe, if things are still going according to plan, last I heard, are going to be in Chicago for half res on the, what is it, 8th, 9th, and 10th? Or it's like Friday, it's that Friday. I think it's the 9th, September 9th. So come on out if y'all are in Chicago or in the area. Me and Wimbush will be there. We'll be speaking. What up, son? Good to see you, man. Heck yeah. So let me get this pipe in place, and then I'll show you what I've been up to here. But basically, we've been working on this like warehouse industrial scene. Been working on the roof, trying to get everything looking nice. Or I say the roof, I mean the ceiling. I always mean the ceiling. And just building it out, yeah. So we got this angle, it's gonna dolly into this close-up where we're gonna have a sweet little array here. All these little TVs are gonna display all the different environments of the top 100 challenge. That's gonna be sweet. Built out all these little screens in C4D. Brought them in here. Trying to figure out what to do for the background, but right now I've just been working on the ceiling and trying to figure out where all these wires are gonna go to. Heck yeah, 8th and 9th in Chicago, me and Winbush. Be there, y'all, be there. If you're in the Chicago area, come down, say hello. It's gonna be awesome. All right, let's try and get this like a little bit more onto this thing. A little bit more flush. And this will be the one that turns. There we go. Same deal over here. And if we can, I might make these actually a little skinnier. And then try and color them actually the color of this concrete. And what I might do, maybe I'll just take, maybe I'll take this. If you do, what is it, Control B? Yeah, Control B for browse. I'll just give the pipe this electrical box material and see if that, not the best. What we can do is go to materials. We will duplicate this material instance. And let's apply this here. And let's give it more of a color of this concrete. Oh, can I add drop? Yes, I can. There we go. Something like that. Probably how they would do it. Have it blend in just a little bit more. Wait, what? Oh, that's why. Sweet. They probably paint this one up here too. Ugh. Try and just blend it in as much as possible. I'm not gonna do all of them, I'll just see what this one looks like. Ah, goodness. Sweet. Starting to look good. Feeling pretty happy about this. Let's move this down a little bit. And I'm selecting an object and hitting F to snap to it. And that allows me to navigate a little faster. Man, I could probably take that and flip it around to get a different iteration of it. There we go. Starting to look pretty nice. Oh. Ooh, I can't forget. I gotta get that post-process material in. A little bit of camera lens distortion goes a long way. It's getting there. It is getting there, no doubt. Well, y'all, I think that is looking pretty nice. I will be here with y'all for the next 10 minutes or so, 5 or 10. Answer any questions you have. That was great. That was really great. I'm very happy with how this turned out. I can't wait to keep going at this environment, and there's definitely no way I'm gonna be able to make a second environment, because this environment has, I could really make a lot out of this. And I'm so happy that I chose this idea, because it was something a bit more bite-sized for me. Something that I think I can just keep fleshing out pretty quickly, and something that I can actually accomplish in the timeline that I have here, because I gotta finish with you guys this time. I'm gonna submit with y'all on the deadline of what? August 28th, 11:59 p.m. PST. As soon as it hits Monday morning, it is over, because Monday I'm starting the process, digging through all the renders, finding the top 100, and that next weekend we're gonna be breaking them down with the guest judges. So we have 2 more streams next week and the week after. I hope to be pretty close with my character stuff by the next time we stream. And then after that stream, I hope to have all the details done and actually have renders out and in DaVinci by the very last stream. And we'll probably do some sound design with y'all. I'll probably do some compositing, some atmosphere work, some color correction, tweaking, all that good stuff I will probably do on that very last stream with y'all. Visual, thank you. Hey, thanks for the compliments, man. Yeah, I think it's looking nice. I'm excited to keep working at it, keep fleshing it out, keep adding detail. I'm really happy with that ceiling. Oh, I want to do... Shoot. Oh, man. Okay. Maybe I'm going to try this. Maybe I'm going to try this right now. I'm just curious. I'm going to try this right now. Okay. So, in C4D, I want to have, like, this ceiling actually sag down a little bit. Like it's made of some industrial foil that has sagged over time. So, what I'm gonna do here is make a plane. I'm gonna do this with a cloth sim. I'm gonna make a plane. I'm gonna make a character. Let's just bring it up, you know. Replicate our roof. T for scale. Scale it up. Something like that. Something like this, okay? I'm gonna have to refine this, but I really want to try this. And let's go to 1,000 segments, but actually no. 1,000,000 Let's not do that. Let's start with 100 by 100, okay? And what I'm gonna do is essentially imagine that we have all these pillars, right, running through all this. So I'm gonna go through, make this editable, grab my points, hit 0 for our rectangular selection tool, and go through and just kind of pin every 4 little bits like this. In fact, let's make it easy on myself. Let's scale it up to match the grid. And I'll just do the first 4 of every major line here. And we can duplicate this in Unreal. And then I need another 4. Unless I just... how do I do this? Set selection. Let's make go to select. Set selection should be in here somewhere. Where are you? Set vertex, convert, store, invert. Store selection? Is that what it's called now? I guess so. I'll delete this bit. Boom. There we go. So now we have all that selected, right? I'm going to right click, go to simulation tags, give it a cloth tag. Let's go to the dresser and we want to lock these points. All right, so I'm gonna set these fixed points. So those are locked, all right? Those points are locked. And if we hit simulate, let me save this first, hold on. 4D. Saggy ceiling. Yes. And we hit play. Actually, no, I'm gonna hit G. I learned this from Nick Campbell over at Grayscale Gorilla. You hit frame forward by 1 just to see what you get. And if you can do that enough times, okay, now we know it's not working. So what is wrong with this? Why is it not simulating? There we go, there we go, there we go. So you see how it sags now? That's perfect. We can go a step further and like make it a little stretchy or something. We can take bendiness, stretchiness. I don't know. What if we take stretchiness to 5? And also, boom, that looks to be our lowest point. Frame 11. Yeah, frame 11 is our lowest point, which is great. Take that, and I'll go back to dresser, and I'm going to set the initial state, set it, delete the It didn't work. Try again. Frame 11. If I just, let's see, if I set the initial state, go back to frame 0, right click this and connect objects, or current state to object. Okay, how do I bake this in? How do I bake this in? There we go. Boom. Right there. I'll take this. We'll save this as an FBX. Saggy. Ceiling. Back into Unreal. All right, and we're going to take, let's bring that in. I'm brain dead at the 4-hour mark, y'all. Mesh, props. Saggy ceiling. We want to import it. Combine meshes, yes, 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 all good. Get that thumbnail edit mode going. Bam. All right, bring it out. And our normals are jacked. How do I don't know how to invert normals here. If I double click this, yeah, normal import method, normal generation, compute weighted normals, UVs. Don't know how to flip normals here, so I will do it here instead. UR will flip normals. Let's do it again. Export. FBX. And you should be able to just right click, re-import. There we go. Yeah, let's move it around. See if we can't get this like lined up and poking through. Nice, okay. All right, so it's pretty big. And just so I can see, I'm gonna flip it 180 and line up, scale it so that these are lined up. So I can probably eyeball this up and adjust it a little bit later. But that is my plan for the ceiling, is to do it like that. We really like stretch it like this. Let's have it sag. Yeah, I'm going to line it up, obviously, but... And let's find this material. Pop it on here. Yikes. There it goes. Now it's kind of saggy, which is totally the vibe I'm going for. I'll have to figure, yeah, there's more to figure out, but that's my plan with that. Do a little sim in C4D, sag the ceiling so it's a bit more realistic. So I'm amped. I'm amped, y'all. Lots of good stuff to be done here. So I'll hang without yeah, blah, blah. It just gets to that time, y'all. I will hang out with y'all for the next 5 minutes. If you have any questions, just at me here in the live feed at pwnisher. If y'all are trying to get some kit bash assets, I don't know how many codes are left, but there were 50 codes at the top of the stream to get 40% off anything on kitbash3d.com. There's a link in the description below. Check it out. They are giving away 50. This is difficult at the end of the stream. This is difficult. They're giving away discount codes at the end of every. God, not at the end of every stream. I'm butchering this, y'all. Woo! Every stream this month, kitbash3d is giving away discount codes. There's only 50 every time. All right. So I don't know how many's left, but 40% off. Go check it out if you're trying to get some kit bash stuff. They are the best. The best. It's gonna help you out with your renders. Wondrous, will any guest judges be returning to judge this challenge? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Who knows? In time, we will find out who's guest judging. I would say the chances are probably pretty high that there will be maybe one returning guest judge. I don't know, because I don't know yet. We're going to figure that out. Vormir, thank you. I appreciate that. Tinum, what do you think about a character creation challenge? I think that's the worst idea I've ever heard. Characters are so hard. God, I do not have a workflow for characters. I think it could be really cool, in theory, having like a close-up character each doing a thing. Like each character is like sitting center shot in an environment that fits them, and it's a close-up of them. I think that could be pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. But I think the skill level goes way up, to be honest. But not a bad idea. Win Custody is asking, can you please tell me how long it might take to move from C4D to Unreal? Great question. It took me like, it depends on what you're trying to do. It really depends on what you're trying to do. But it took me quite a while because the amount of tutorials out there, they weren't quite up to snuff. They didn't offer me what I was specifically looking for. So it took me about a year to like really get the hang of something, to get the hang of Unreal, to complete a project. I made a music video. It's called It's actually a mouthful. It's called Sky Too High and Lynn's Heaven Virtual Plaza. The song is called like something Rush Hour. Anyway, it's an entire music video I did in Unreal 4, and that was about a year and a half into my struggling to learn Unreal Engine, and eventually, because of the project, was able to complete a project. I was able to learn so much. So these challenges here, like the reason I'm doing this in Unreal 5 this month is to learn as much Unreal 5 as possible. So you can give yourself really small, bite-sized little projects to tackle. We do weekly challenges when we're not doing these big community challenges on my Discord server, also linked below. And you can use, whatever program you want. But they're bite-sized little small weekly challenges. And if you're trying to learn a new program, it's probably a great way to dive in and learn that program. So it depends. I put out a number of tutorials in Unreal Engine for people who are trying to switch over, for people who are trying to understand it, because I know I'm trying to understand it. William Fauché is a great resource. Winbush is a great resource. So check those people out if you're trying to learn Unreal. But let's see what else we got.
I have something cool to add or to share, I guess.
Go for it, yeah.
So in the last stream, at the end of it, we barely made it to 5,000 people that had not only joined the challenge, but actually read the rules. And now we just hit 6,000 people. So that's pretty cool.
Heck yeah. That's the most we've ever had join one of these community challenges. We have 6,000 people who have hopped on Discord, read the rules, accepted the challenge, and are working away, like both of us here. Well, actually, Soto, are you doing a submission this month or no?
No, I have some client stuff to finish, and that has priority, of course. But I think I might do it just after the deadline for myself, because this one I really wanted to get into it, but
in time. But yeah, that's amazing. 6,000 people, and we hit 50,000 people on the Discord server recently as well. So that's great. Let's see. Tinham, update on my movie. I can tell you right now that writing is harder than learning Unreal Engine. For me, at least. So it's a struggle. It's a constant battle. Waking up to solve advanced math problems is not what I would call fun at this moment in time. But yeah, it's tough. I'm gonna have a whole thing. I'm gonna make a whole video on it, y'all. Writing a movie. I'm gonna do a whole thing on it once I get through the process. It's the longest. Woo! What a challenge. But we're gonna get there. It's gonna be awesome. Blink says, what software would you use for cloth sim? Unreal is proving a bit difficult for cloth sims. I got C4D for my cloth stuff. Y'all probably got Blender for your cloth stuff. Yeah, probably just do that. EDs, who chooses the top 100? Great question. So myself and the moderators, we go through all of the submissions, and I'll kind of give you a little insight as to how this process works. We'll go through the thousands of submissions, and I'll do this in DaVinci. I will try and pull the top 125. So I'll raise them up on the next video track, and I'll pull the top 125 based off of, first, my eyeball is render quality. That's the first thing that my eyeball will adjust to, is like, does it look really good? And if it looks really good, then it goes up. And I will go through all the videos, and the mods, again, they hop in and help out. And I pull the top 125 with the moderators. And then from there, we kind of whittle it down. Like, oh, does it look good, but like some simulations are bad, or like which ones are like the story, just maybe it's a little bit more generic, and we'll try and whittle it down to the top 100. So we'll go 125 to 100. And then from there, I go through and I pull like the top 20. And from that point, I'll bring the top 20 to the guest judges. And then we'll whittle that top 20 down to the top 5 and then put them in order of first to fifth. So that's generally how it works. Generally how the judging process works. And when we really get down to that top 20 is when it gets into like hours and hours and hours of debate on like, yeah, but this idea is cool, but this one's more unique, and the simulation here is a lot better, but the lighting here is a lot better, and it's just like hours of... Because it's very serious. It's a serious thing. Like, it's not something to be taken lightly, so we definitely spend a good amount of time on it. I'm just looking at the mentions here. What glasses am I wearing? These are from a website called Zenny Optical. They're very cheap, affordable glasses. They got a bunch of glasses. Yeah. Is it hard to think of new standard animations for new challenges, or do you already know what the new challenges will be? So that's from Franz. At this point, we have like a small pool of ideas for challenges like this. And it's always tough because, you know, we're trying to mix what would be fun for 3D artists, but would also be a blast to watch for, you know, your grandma or something. We want it to reach as many people as possible. So finding that balance is tough, but yeah, we have a handful of ideas for future challenges, trying to do new stuff, really trying to like do different things, things that, I mean, I'm basically just saying the same thing in different ways. Yeah, we try and find new creative ways to do these challenges. So I think dynamic machines might have been the most unique, and it'd be fun to do something along those lines for the next one. But yeah, we'll see. We will have to see. How is DaVinci with effects? Let's see, I lost your question. Here we go. How's DaVinci with effects? I've got a little experience in the color correction area, but not editing or effects. So DaVinci actually does it all, which is amazing. I have yet to use any, it's called Fusion. That's their like VFX situation. And it's all like little tabs at the bottom. There's like 6 tabs. Edit tab is the 3rd tab. I use that basically most of the time. I'll go into the color tab a little bit to do my color correction, and then you have the delivery tab, which of course I use on every project. There's the Fusion tab in the middle, which is like After Effects, and I had not figured it out yet. Soto, I know that you used Fusion a little bit.
Yeah, I use it all the time for compositing my 3D stuff. It's based, After Effects is layer based like Photoshop, and then this is node based. So maybe you've done like shaders or materials in 3D, that kind of thing, but for video. So I think it's really good.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn it. It's very high on my list. I'm just so comfortable with After Effects. But I mean, yeah, I switched over to DaVinci from Premiere just because it was so much better, and it's also free. So that's crazy. Let's see. Matthew, how am I going to put the top 100 renders on my video screen display for my render if I submit at the same time as you guys? I'll just do it after. Let's see. Dawson, can you confirm that retargeting the animation was a key part of this challenge? Yeah. You know, you need to put your own character, put a custom character onto the mocap data. There has to be a character on the mocap data doing the moves. Absolutely. How long did it take to create all the files for this month's challenge? A long time. A a very long time. A lot of work went into capturing the mocap data, to cleaning up the mocap data, to figuring out the challenge, to writing the rules, to writing the announcement video, all that good stuff. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, a whole lot that goes into it. You know, from setting up, I'd probably say a month and a half maybe. Let's see, any others, and I'll bounce here. I'm getting a little hungry. That's a good question. Mate, maybe that's how you pronounce your name. What's your advice on solidifying an idea so that you can stick to it to the very end of the project and not get tempted by new ones popping out throughout? So yeah, it's very easy to get distracted and to move on to the next thing, and never finish what you've set out to do originally. And I think that it's a thing that we all struggle with. I certainly struggle with it as well. Staying focused is very, very important. I think being on our phones, being on social media, constantly having a phone in your pocket, pulling it out, like we are all tempted by this, and we all fall short, but it doesn't help with our focus. That's for sure. It does not help with our focus. So, you know, I try and set timers, like work for an hour straight, work for 2 hours straight, and stay focused on what you're trying to do. And it's difficult when like you're just starting out and you may not have the skills or the ability to just like push through and keep the art that you put out. You're not getting excited by the art that you're putting out, by the work that you're putting out. So it's tough to give up and move on to the next thing. So I would just say stick with it. I don't know like really what else to say besides stick with it. Take on little bite-sized projects. If you take on too much, then you know you're gonna get caught up and you might get overwhelmed with what you're doing. So bite-sized projects, take on bite-sized little projects at first, things that you can accomplish. That's just a little bit outside of your comfort zone. That's what I would do. That's what I would do for sure. Let's see, one more and we will move on. Player 4, not really a question, more of just like a comment, but I'll shout it out. He says, you're not only learning Unreal from scratch for this challenge, but it's your first ever 3D render challenge. You have no experience, and although it's really hard, I'm enjoying it immensely. And that is so good to hear, so good to hear. I'm glad that you're staying inspired and that you're moving forward, and I'm glad that you're determined to finish this thing. Heck yeah. Y'all, thank you. Thank you so much for hopping in with me, for learning with me, for doing this challenge with me, and I will see y'all next week. I'll be on the Discord server in the meantime. Monday, if you guys want to stop by, we'll be on Monday doing a little town hall meeting, talking about everyone's renders, everyone's works in progress, answering questions, getting to know the community a little bit more. So come join us, and I will see y'all next week. Have a good one. Peace.